Alright, we maybe repeat this a little bit too much. One more. Shoo body boo bop, shoo body doo bop, shoo body boo bop, shoo body doo 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 bop. Shoo be shoo be da ba 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 da da. God, such a good song. Huh? How's it going? What's up, Lucas? David? How you doing? How you guys doing? How are you guys doing today? Welcome to Monday. Mm-hmm. I'm chilling. Not much going on. Yeah. Pre-gook. Pre-gook. It's complicated. Mm-mm-mm. Ow. New wallpaper. Whoa. Mm-hmm. You was playing game. We're already 2 weeks nearing August. No. Ow. Me no. Sketches at 5K again? Yes. Although, I put like a little bit of a ahead of a. I changed the description so that people don't really expect that like is a commission. Like this is a sketch request is by no means a commission, right? So when you request your stuff, may or may not gonna be drawn early or later, you know. It's really just giving me some ideas to draw. Really. It's really just helping me drawing some ideas. And you know, sometimes if I like it, I draw some people's OCs. Like Lucas. You're lucky because Lisa is so fucking cute. Mm. But yeah. Maybe I should give it like a sketch idea. Hmm. One sec. Hmm? Oh my god. Good finish, Leo, Lisa. True. Is that I'm really, it's really hard for me to get into drawing that, like, more than one character in one drawing.
I shoe by bap by boo shoe by do bar do your mom LLLL.
What the fuck? It's not a drawing that's really around my alley. Although it's really cool that I want to finish it kind of thing, you know what I mean? But it's really hard for me, technically wise. I got my days, man. Pass me by on the daily. Well, how do you see me? A drunk or a deadbeat? You don't know the half of it. My life is amazing. I got my days, though. I got my days, though. ¿Cómo te va? 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 And I kind of want to change it up a little bit. I'm gonna be honest. So I might redo this one. I got different ideas out of nowhere. Leo has no head day. Head today? What? No head. Oh, nice. Thank you for reminding me. How come? Well, you've been here for a while now. You know that the drawing that I like to draw are like solo, like this, right? It's my proudest work so far this month. Uh. ¿Cómo te va? ¿Cómo te va? And then if it's duo, usually it's like a couple pairing. Like. ¿Cómo te va? 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 Like, I draw so many couple pairing with Rain and Katie. Like, I really, really like, look at this. 1, 2. Well, my PC's so fucking slow. Right? And then 3. And then 4. This is the main purpose of why I created this too. Because I love drawing this. I draw way too many of these. I like the idea of them touching around Lisa. There's a fire around Leo and knows there's blue energy. I think that looks just cool, but obviously you're the drawer. True, true, true. Devourer of the soul, not 12th Leo. Wait, what is the Devourer of Soul? But yeah, the reason why I like drawing this is because I just really like the reading romance manga, one of those stuff, and pages that have these drawings are the ones that I stare the longest. Usually, it looks really really nice. So yeah. This one's also pretty good for an old drawing. Demon Leo, Devourer of Souls, Cat Leo, Count Permingham. You and Leo 12. You have the nickname for all of them, I see. uh, ow, ow, ow. Fuck. Oh. Count Permingham. Oh yeah. Oh my god. I just remember, since you mentioned, you forgot to DM me again about it. I forgot as well. For some reason, I remember the panel that you need for me to update it. Which one is it exactly? Keep forgetting this. I needed to like note it down. The schedule. Alright, let's do it right now. Lucas schedule. There we go. Oh, it's a song for Jix right now. Introvert, and I wanna be home. Dega, how you doing? Alright, how bold do you want this to be? Actually, let's compare it to the other one. The other one you have no problem, right? Oh! Oh! Shit, it fell. Okay, I guess, yeah, it's a little bit uneven. I did kind of write it, because it's not a fun, it's literally just me drawing over it. Like, it's literally just me writing. Oh, I need a Pal Master. Okay, so it was schedule. I gathered them all in one uh, file. I actually have almost 100. I think I don't know how many layers there are in this. There's so many layers, Jesus Christ. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Well, the text doesn't have to be exactly the same, but I have to maintain the similar length. Hold up. I haven't write for so long. The modern life. What is writing? Hmm. I guess that's better already. Hold up. Nice. All right. Whose song is this? The I forgot you are yes, not yes, yes group. Well, what do you mean? Yes, yes. Is there a yes, yes emote? Oh, is it the cat nod and the cat shake emote? Yeah. Hmm. I do like cats, but in this case, I have the Korone. Yes and no. Okay. Black on black and white on white. Oh wait, there's a for some reason this is missing some. Oh, there we go. Clean. Alright, I think we're good. Dope! There's happened to be like a slight error. Perfect. Okay. Fail to save file? Huh? What do you mean? There's still space for your panel. Yeah, true. I forgot about that. In a black on black, to white on white. Okay, done. Let me send it over to you real quick. How am I gonna? I actually never make those kind of stuff. I know some artists do have that. Like, if someone commissioned them, they want their to have like a panel for them. How would I make mine? I want at least my panel to kind of fit within your channel as well. So it's like fits in. It can be whatever you want, doesn't have to fit the others, but it obviously can. Yeah, but I'm a pretty aesthetic guy. So I might wanna make it fit in. So I do have some idea. Hold up, let me refresh the overlay real quick. Let's see. Let's make it right now. Ooh. Alright. Overlay refresh. Okay, let me see. Let's use this as a background first. Ooh. Okay, it's already a good song. Go to my playlist. So obviously, right, we wanna wait, hold up. Whoa. Black on black and a white on white. But in the end, you know I'll always right. I don't know. In a 605 and a 212. Ow, ow, ow. So obviously, probably gonna just straight up just write rat trap here, right? Let's just say that. What is it? Huh? Oh. Okay, there we go. Yes. So. Oh. Too big. Okay. Let's just say that for now. We got that. Ay, fitta! God damn it, Saints! Jesus Christ. Thank you for 250 bits. Jump scares. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, I kind of want to play this. How you doing? That kind of gave me an idea. Hold up. Doing great. Clean up cat piss and made pizza. Nice. So decent cat piss. Cat doing nice. Doing good. No throw up random outside your stuff. No random throw up. Unfortunate, unfortunate. Oh, Saints, later remind me. I want to show you something. A video. It's really nice. I get a feeling you might like it. I think. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Oh, fuck off. Wrong layer again. Ah. Shooby dap bap 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 ba doo bap. Not like duck. This song's too. Okay. Hmm. His head looks so dumb. The head looks so dumb. But that's the point, though. Hold up, hold up. But good question. It's my new favorite emote. Honestly. I think it needs to be a little bit more bigger. What needs more curve? God damn. Sonny. These goddamn countries not big enough for the both of us. Hell nah. Hell nah, son. God damn, fucking cowboy hat's so fucking curvy, huh? It's more curvy than I thought it would be. How the fuck is this? Oh, wait, I'm dumb. Wrong perspective. Oh, I get it. I get it. Okay, hold up, hold up. Let's make the perspective. Okay. Scratch it, scratch it. First, let's make the face. The dumbass face. Right. And then... It's really hard to... it's really hard to put a fucking cowboy hat on Leo. His head does not have a good dimension. uh... And yes, the head is blob. I know. Make a tiny hat that doesn't reach his ears. No. Hold up, hold up. We got this, we got this. I don't have the ear cut off. So it'll be something like this. Okay. I think we need to make this a little bit higher. Howdy, partner. Sheet, bye. Sheet. Partner, sheet. Like, realistically, this should be as big as the fucking head, essentially, but it doesn't fit. So what we want is to make us as close and as okay. What's up, Nell? How you doing? Mm. Remember the film camera thing that I mentioned? It's actually a dead camera now. No! Cock as the walk. Huh? Wait, why is it dead though? I checked the setting and shit, it's dead. Ah. Still able to shoot but can't roll the film? Ah, that sucks. No. I see. Unlucky, man, unlucky. Well, I guess it's gonna be a room decoration. I guess. Mm. Yo, yo, what's up, Mary? How you doing? I'm gonna keep it as a relic, like my old iPod Classic. Hell yeah. Good shit, man. Good shit. Might as well, right? Might as well. Mm. Oh fuck. Bless you. Thank you. Mm. His evil character check tags. You're gonna kill him. Oh, true. Ah! Yo, what are these songs?
Have you ever heard about walled Kowloon City?
Walled Kowloon? The fuck? The fuck is a Kowloon? And no, I haven't. Can fix him. No, I haven't heard of it. What is it?
Stray was heavily influenced aesthetically by Kowloon City.
Where the hell is Kowloon City? Oh, Hong Kong. Is it made by the Hong Kong developer? By any chance? It's like a cultural thingy thing, right? Then, which is pretty cool. Yup. Oh my god, sorry. It's like blocks of houses stacked together like Lego. Oh, interesting. No, I never really heard about this stuff. Oh. Okay, never mind. That's crazy. Yeah, Kowloon. Holy fuck. This whole thingy, the whole aesthetic of this city, the building wise, is a huge inspiration for a lot of artists that makes like a busy, quote unquote, busy city layout for artistic purposes. It's really cool. It's like a lot of dystopian artists would use this kind of references. Because it really does look like that. It's like dystopian vibe. It's too much of a ghetto to be called cyberpunk vibes. Yeah, it is pretty fucking wild. It is pretty fucking wild. So basically, the foreshadowing of what would be a cyberpunk. Could put it that way. True, true. It's kind of nuts, though. Like to think that that is a thing. It really is. Like when you look at it, you know it's real, but it doesn't look real. It's like it doesn't make sense. How the fuck does that thing is real? You know what I mean? It gives that vibe when you look at that. It was demolished by 1993. I see. I'll give a documentary later. Sure, that'd be cool. It's a big pipe. Yeah, that's on purpose. Oh, I see. Kind of hard to make it without a shading. I think that's good enough. The hand looks a bit off. It is not supposed to be like ultra good. I'm just trying to make it looks like. Remember when I said it earlier? Like this city is too big for the both of us, kind of shit. Get it? Cause like his hand is so big that. Get it? Like yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Huh? Okay, just not gonna draw the rest of these. Do 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 do. Okay, what the fuck is this again? Right. God damn! This goddamn shit is too big for the both of us, partner. Get the fuck out, asshole. Eh? Get the fuck out, asshole. Okay, this is actually a little bit too big. Hold up. Okay, maybe this big. There you go. Leo shoot first. I don't know about that. Did Leo shoot first? So dumb. Yeah, I think that was pretty good. Let's give it a color. Right back, I did. I'm actually drawing pixel art for one friend with cowboy thematics too because she mainly streams Hunt Showdown. Exactly what it is for as well. Hunt Showdown. Hell yeah, man. Oh my god, my nose. Allergies? Nah. Probably detecting hot cheek nearby. Huh? Big iron on his hip. Let me pull out a quick Leo reference here. Where the fuck did I put the Leo? Let me put this. Leo. And no rest for the wicked. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Why is there so many people outside of my room? The fuck? Hmm? Party next door. Boy next door. There's like 3 to 4 people. Like, what the fuck are they doing? Should I just go out there and like, what's up, kids? How you guys doing? What's poppin', youngsters? uh,
Roots in tutin lil shit sak ye horati asmal.
Alert. Buh. Okay. Oh. Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Okay, let me go check it out real quick. Give me a sec. If I don't come back, tell my wife. Wait, I don't have a wife. I'll be back. Okay. I'm back. Just some people chill in the kitchen. I forgot. I have the kitchen hall is like right next door, and there's happened to be a lot of people. They're just kind of chilling.
Salamat malam. Apakaba? Dia mau pizza?
Oh my lord. Pizza? Ain't no rest for the wicked. Ooh. What was that guitar solo out of nowhere? Ooh. Oof. What the fuck? Why is it so short? That is a very funky. Oh! Oh, I think that's not a guitar solo. That's a keyboard solo. But it's a very scutiny. I forgot the term for it. So it makes it sounds like a little bit of a guitar. That's dope. Yeah, same. All right. So dumb. I think it's pretty much done. Can't find that music. It's been on my region on Spotify. The hell? The response to the subdivision. God damn. Played with this pig. What is this? Oh no, this is old, isn't it? Well, not old, old.
What would a cat girl cowboy even say? Like, yeah,
Oh no.
yeah, I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more.
Hey.
Horses in the back, horse tack is attached. Hat is matty black, got the boots that block the mat. Riding on a horse, you can whip your Porsche. I've been in the valley, you ain't been up off the porch now. Can't nobody tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Can't nobody tell me nothing.
Oh, she said nothing.
Tell me nothing. Riding on a tractor, lean on my back. Cheated on my baby, you can go and ask her. My life is a movie, bull riding and boobies. Cowboy hat from Gucci, Wrangler on my booty. Can't nobody tell me.
Hold up. We gotta go to the OG.
Western.
This town ain't big enough for the both of us.
Well, hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no
Hey.
more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. Got the horses in the back.
Oh.
Horse tack is attached. Hat is matte black. Got them boots that black to match. Riding on a horse, you can whip your Porsche. I've been in the valley, you ain't been up off that porch now. Ain't nobody tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Ain't nobody tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Riding on a tractor, lean all in my bladder. Cheated on my baby, you can go and ask her. My life is a movie, bull riding and boobies. Cowboy hat from Gucci, Wrangler on my booty.
Hey.
Ain't nobody tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Ain't nobody tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Yeah, I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride. till
Holy
I can't
shit.
no more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. Hat down, cross town, living like a rock star. Spend a lot of money on my brand new guitar. Baby's got a habit, diamond rings, and Fendi sports bras. Riding down Rodeo in my Maserati sports car. Got no stress, I've been through all that. I'm like a Marlboro man, so I kick on back. Wish I could roll on back to that old town.
I can
road.
actually hear her voice. What the fuck?
Ride
That's so
till I
weird.
can't no Yeah, I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more.
God damn fellers. God damn. Senzawa. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm done. Think we done here, baby. We got ourselves the panel. Better fix that wheat, brother. Oh shit. What do you mean fix? How the fuck do you draw the wheat thingy? Anyway. Okay. I got an idea. Hell yeah. Alright, perfect. Alright, let's check it out on a night mode, see how it looks like. Kablam! Ah, yes, it's broken. That's why we need to test shit out. Yeah! Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm gonna take my home.
Give him a cigar, you Pussy Maginau.
No. Leo does not smoke. No. Match quest. Ain't nobody telling me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Thank you for the 111 though. Thank you, thank you. Oh shit. Alrighty. Hey, brother. Bada bing, bada boom. Bada bam. There you go, Lucas. Sent you on the Discord. Thank you very much for reminding me again. Thank you, thank you. Yep. And as usual, chat. If you guys don't know, I mean, obviously most of you guys already know. I already did a panel for Lucas. So if you guys want to check out the whole thing, visit Lucas' channel. Kablam! You can enjoy some Hunt Showdown action as well over there. Check him out, check him out. Yeah. Action. Yeah, there is some action. Action, action. What is this song? What the hell? Okay. Now I want to draw something a little bit. Since we're done with that. ADD. ADD. Radio out here making random shit better than the paid emotes? What do you mean? Technically, that's part of the paid commission, although it's a panel since, you know, Lucas commissioned me for panels. That is part of the panel thing as well. So, yeah. Just Lucas convinced me to make a panel of my own in his panel. Like a promotion thingy. Yes. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Do do do. Do 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 do. Hancock the Angry Assassin. That's a cute emote. Mm, okay. What is that emote? Hold up, yeah. No screaming in the next 22 hours? What? Why? What you doing? You going back to sleep? Okay. I didn't do that. That's Mary.
Subs.
This music makes me want to nap. Yeah, but it's a little bit random. Let me switch to something chill but not random like this. It's kind of nice, but you know, it's kind of reminiscent of like a N64 kind of soundtrack. It's very 8-bitsy. You know what? I'm gonna keep it. Never mind. I like it. Okay, never mind. It's not as good as I thought it would be. Okay. Alright, never mind. Oh, this one's chill.
Tactical nuke
Whoa!
incoming!
Oh god, the timing of the drawing. You with the raid! Welcome, welcome, Dong Slide, Dong Slide. How you guys are doing? Welcome. I am just drawing stuff. I was drawing this. Look at that. It's a panel for Lucas. It's pretty fucking cool. But yeah. But moving on to something else right now. Alright. How's your stream, by the way? What's up, Eva? How's your stream? Hope it was nice. Hope it was good. Fuck, how the fuck do you draw a neck? So this is what happened to when you fell asleep. Why? Oh my fucking god! Why are we still going over there? God damn it, chat. Guess stream good progress on Genshin and then get to be on a call with Ventilo. What? What do you mean? Huh? Well, that's just not fair. Okay, this is just confusing. Hold up. It's just a little bit of a reference for a reference. It was nice. Oh.
Sorry Rad, no joke, Venti has allergy on cats. They can't stay with you.
What? The fuck? What's the meaning of this? Huh? What the fuck? Is this a joke? Oh, my mic. There we go. Thank you for letting me know. Venti, no cat person? Fuck Venti. Whoa! Okay. Too far, too far. Have allergies does not mean doesn't like cats. I actually have a friend who's have allergy for cats but still have a cat. Insisted on it. It's pretty fucking weird, but hey. I respect the hustle. To be fair, they live with their parents, and most of the time they kind of take care of the cats together. But they insisted on having the cats. Like, no, I want cats. I like them. But your allergy, fuck my allergy. My allergy I can have meds for my allergy. But I want cats. It's like, and then they have cats. The fit of 70 minutes okay for you? Huh? What video? I saw Goro, now I'm allergic to dogs. Oh yeah, you can send me in a bit. Let me just finish with this real quick. Just need to write this down. Write this down. Whoa, okay. Wait a minute. Gotta be careful drawing this. It's okay, once and we're allergic together, huh? I'm allergic to Yuri. Please don't send me a lot of them. Okay. Okay. Is that Venti and you? Okay, calm down now. Clearly, based on the drawing, it's not Venti and me. Mm, I was confused about drawing map shape of mouth like this. Hold up. Oh my god. Yeah, man. I gotta make some lines clear in this drawing. If not, I'm gonna make it look very weird. Okay, not bad, not bad. Sorry. Mm, mm, mm. Mm. Moon, I made a video about Netflix ruining a franchise? No way, that never happened before. I mean, at this point, it's kind of like it's part of Netflix, you know. Netflix making Netflix original stuff, you know. It's kind of like their traits now. Like, whoa, you know what I mean? Like, is it even a surprise anymore? Hey. Is it about Resident Evil? Because I remember Resident Evil made some really ridiculous stuff. Resident Evil. I don't understand with the Resident Evil market, I'm gonna be honest. Like, why Resident Evil? You know what I mean? Of all things, why Resident Evil? Why, man? Why? God damn. Isn't there any other video game franchise that they can ruin other than Resident Evil? Like, I mean, come on. Hollywood been fucking around with Resident Evil since the fucking early 2000, which was, although feels ridiculous, it was a cult classic. The Mila Jovovich Resident Evil. Those are pretty ridiculous, but it was pretty entertaining, not gonna lie. I kind of grew up with that movie as well. You know what I mean? But I'm not sure why the fuck I was still getting the shitty ass Resident Evil stuff in 2002. I still have no idea. But hey, as long as it's not canon, I don't care. Honestly. Honestly, man, I don't care. Her movies were pretty dope. It was not the best. I recently watched it, like the original, and like a couple of them. Like not recently, like a couple months ago. And it doesn't age well. It was a pretty ridiculous like they turned Resident Evil into some fucking B movie action stuff when the original Resident Evil is not really like that. Like it's ridiculous as fuck. It's like Resident Evil 6 being made. kind of thing. It's pretty fucking dumb. Gotta be honest. The nose not touching. That's too much, man. That's too much. I'm gonna get banned. I'm gonna get banned. That's too much. It's too much. Gotta be careful on Twitch. Man. Man. Or against Yuri, but drawing Yuri. What do you mean against? What? Since when? You have holidays? No? I'm not gonna stream until like morning. It's the usual. It's like 10:40. Oh shit, it's already 10:40. And we usually stream until like what, 1 to 2 a.m. in the morning. Oh Jesus. Ah fuck. My lips, bro. Not sure about that, Chief. What do you mean? Not sure about what? We ain't liking them fruity ones here. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Oh my god. I've been drawing for too long. Duh. Gotta take a break after this. Mm, 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 mm. When you meet set Maru in a sex mod. And that's already pretty well known. I mean, it's Skyrim, man. Click clack. Oh, bow. It's really kind of hard to do. Bow. Okay, I think I'm gonna stop here. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. My back. Kind of hungry as well. Okay, actually, fuck. Do the body though. Let me do the body real quick. Then I'm kind of satisfied. Bam, 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 bam. Did I merge that? Fuck me. Shit, okay. No shot, mate. Hmm? Oh my god, I drew in the wrong layer! Oh my god. I swear today. Thank you. Is your brother fall asleep? The whole, yeah, the canvas. Hey, you have enough sleep. Don't sleep too much. Yeah, too much. It'll ruin your sleep later. Oh my god. Fuck you. So bored. Well, well, soon we're not. It's not gonna be as boring. We play some games. Why's my playlist so random? Holy shit. I like it. Like some random ass game soundtracks. Or two of this art when? Probably tomorrow? I'm actually kinda liking this. Okay. Holy. Hold up, let me clean up this. Where do they have noses? Who are you and what did you do to Rad? To be honest, the only reason they have nose in this one is because it's sideways. And if I draw sideways, the nose always there. That's the truth. Hmm? Oh. I mean, part two, like next new drawing of the situation. Oh, I don't know about that one. Mm-mm-mm. I don't know about that one. Okay, I think this one's a bit too long. Yeah, it'll be TOS. Hugging? Huh? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay. Save this first. Bada bing, bada boom, maga blam, bang. Bop, kabam. Bop, bop, bop. Bada bing. Alright. It is time, people. It is time for some very short React Andy. Not necessarily. Oh, what's up, Gara? Gonna post this on Twitter later. Yeah. Papa. Huh? Huh? On. Huh? Oh my. Firefox does not have group tabs. Oh my god, I cannot live with that. Oh no. God damn. I did some fucking group tabs, man. God damn me. All up, chat, all up, all up, all up. Shibal. God damn it. Why is fucking... Oh my... 4 of the tabs not working now. God damn it, Firefox! Why is it gotta be so hard to use this fucking browser? Ole. Maybe once you get to 3070 you can run Chrome again. No, I'm gonna be honest, I kinda like the Firefox aesthetic better. And it's a lot more snappy than Chrome. It's a lot more, you know? Give me a sec, yeah? Save the session. Bada bing, bada boom, close. There we go. I opened like 50 before. Not really 50, like 30 probably. 30 tabs. Just gotta close the mouth. Alright, let me see. Gara, Mary, Saints, and myself. Alright, I was actually trying to show you guys something as well. Some of you guys might appreciate this piece of art. Alright. Oh my god. Especially you Saints. Alright, hold up. Where's my food? And my internet fucking lags again. Alright, if you guys can hear me, you can hear me. Fuck you. Can you guys hear me? Hello, hello. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Are we good? Are we good? Okay, please no SMR. I don't think you're gonna... I don't know. I cannot guarantee. Why, you want me to fucking completely mute while reacting? I don't think chat wants that either. To beat up, blame my mic. My cheap mic is very responsive for some reason. Alright, Saints, Gara, you guys good? Are we chilling? Are we chilling? About to play your fucking videos? Yeah. Sorry. Alright.
Do bop shoo baddy 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 do 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 bop shoo baddy do 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 bop shoo baddy 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 do. Bop shoo baddy do, bop shoo baddy do, bop shoo baddy do, bop shoo baddy do.
This is a jammer.
Baddy do 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 do. Bop shoo 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 baddy do.
Oh my god. Song's so good. Hey.
Shooby bop,
Amazing. Fucking zing. Dude, I fucking love the Minute Hour. And this animation by Drew Langlois. High quality shit, by the way, chat. High quality shit. Here you go, if you guys are interested in that. High quality stuff. You guys should check them out. Really cool, really cool. Alright. Oni Difficulty by Gara. Okay. Okay, that was pretty fucking good. God damn it. You can play the Saints one first? Oh, okay. To be da ba 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 da do ba. Oh. Joel Haver. Toilet paper bears.
Hey, Dad.
Hello, son.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you, boy?
I'm good.
Okay.
Today at school, I was talking to Carlos, and he said he's going to school for graphic design.
Well, that's good for Carlos.
And it just got me thinking, you know, how much I love theater and dancing. And
Son, I don't like where this is headed. We've had this conversation many times before. And it always leads to the same place. Our butts.
Huh?
Son, that's what we do. We wipe our butts.
Okay.
We don't do theater. We don't do music. We don't do acting. We wipe our butts.
I just feel like I have so much more to offer.
Wiping your butt is one of the best things you can do as a bear.
But Mom,
We wipe ass, honey.
what if I don't want to wipe my ass?
Son, it's what we do. We wipe ass.
It just feels like this is all people know about us. Do we have any other character traits than loving wiping ass?
Son, that's all they need to know about us.
People talk, Dad. They say that we like it too much.
You can never like wiping your ass too much.
No, he's right, honey.
What about that one time when you glued all those little shreds of toilet paper to my butt?
Just to prove a point.
Yeah, you proved a point, but at what cost?
It was a bargain.
For absorbency like this, you won't find a better price.
You know, all this talk of creativity and I just seems like I don't know, to me it seems like a one-ply kind of thought.
Okay, Dad.
All right, now get in there and go wipe your bare butt.
Ow.
That didn't hurt. It's the softest toilet paper in the world.
Nice. Why toilet paper? And why bears? I have no fucking idea. Ooh! Oh, incognito. Incognito. I'm down. Alright, we're gonna put that later. Next. Completely forgot Dad was there.
I completely forgot her dad was there.
Oh no.
Straw? No lime?
Anything else?
No snack? No kiss?
So no head? He's got a point.
I completely forgot her dad was there.
Giga Chad Dad. I like that. He got a point, he said. Good shit, Dad, good shit. Oh, this is just me. This is just me. It said, I will make you subscribe in 1 minute and 15 seconds. I haven't watched this, but I always watch the best side. Go check it out. Oh. Ah. Okay, that's nasty. Jesus. I mean, I already subscribed, so that doesn't count. Oh, another one from Gara. All right, last one, and then we go to the other one. Yeah. Oh, Ichika. Oh, this is classic. This is an old post. Oh, it's so fucking good. It's still as good as I remember it. Still good. It's still fucking good. Holy shit. Sheesh. Alrighty. We posted it with the singer. No, previously he posted that. That's an old post as well. Like the singer with featuring the singers like not long after the original guitar song. Wait, Skill Up reviewed Stray? Skill Up. Ooh, 24 minutes ago. Okay. After this, that's a 23-minute video. We gotta watch this one first. Are you to learn to play this for me? Oh my god, Sepultura. Jesus Christ. Is it that one? Oh no. Alright. This is City of Imagination, Kowloon Walled City, 20 years later. Oh, what the fuck? This is Wall Street Journal? Okay.
The first time you come across the place, it's overwhelming. Nothing really prepares you for it. The noise, the smells, the fluidity and pace of life inside it. The human side of the place kind of ran completely against its physical presence.
City of Darkness.
It started life as a squatter settlement. The individual footprint of the building, the sort of building plot, was a small little hut size. That you had these very one-room wide buildings going up 14 stories. I trained as an architect, and everything I'd been told was that you couldn't possibly squeeze this many people into this smaller space.
Jesus!
Imagine a vertical urban village, a lawless labyrinth where crime, commerce, and community coexisted for generations. At its peak, it was the densest place on Earth. That place, in Hong Kong, was known as the Kowloon Walled City. It teetered in limbo for nearly a century, and then it was gone. But its memory and reputation live on, even 20 years later. Why is it etched so indelibly into the minds of so many?
Commerce. Oh, Red Jam.
Kowloon Walled City is known in Chinese as Kowloon Sing Zai, sometimes Kowloon Zai Sing. Actually means a walled area where there was an official, and sometimes some soldiers as well. So really is an administrative and military term.
It was sheerly by accident that the Kowloon Walled City came to be, a donut hole of Chinese sovereignty in the Crown Colony of Hong Kong. An 1898 agreement ceded what was then an old military fort to China, so long as it didn't interfere with Britain's rule of Hong Kong colony. Britain had twice defeated China on land and by sea. It was a superior military power, but hundreds of millions of Chinese were just across the border, while British reinforcements were far away.
This was a way to beef up the Chinese presence, both in the administrative and the military sense. One thing after another, the British decided that it was not a good idea to let the Kowloon Walled City remain under Chinese jurisdiction. So despite the fact that the British forced the Chinese officials and the soldiers to leave, as far as the Beijing government was concerned, it had never agreed to this arrangement. But in fact, each sort of kept their hands off the place.
After Mao Zedong's communists took control of mainland China in 1949, violent political movements became the norm. Hundreds of thousands of refugees poured across the border in the first 3 decades of communist rule. Their first stop was often the Kowloon Walled City. Many sought just a roof over their heads. Others, though, brought their professions and their vices with them.
Former triad. Oh shit. Whoa.
3係牙醫，好多牙醫嘅，無牌嘅牙醫。我爸爸咧就住間屋，前鋪、後居、常用品啊，嗰啲汽水啊，嗰啲咁嘅嘢，又賣一啲吸毒用具啊咁樣，唔係毒品嚟嘅。我送汽水，送啲嘢去嗰啲吸毒嘅嗰啲人嗰度嚟咯，所以識到一啲人。 咁嗰啲人咧就叫下，試下啦，試下啦，玩下啫咁樣嚇，咁樣。
Ah, okay. Johnny Banana.
有錢嘅人咧，去食嗰啲紅丸，呢個最高級。第二咧就鴉片，食鴉片嘅人咧就睇唔起食白粉嘅人。 但係咧，
嗰啲貓嘅眼睛
，why
挖咗佢出嚟
？Jesus，
放棄一粒嗰啲龍眼嗰度嘅肉，咁樣嚟吞嘅，咁樣佢哋話對隻眼係好嘅。
Poor kitty，
佢係冇白粉食咯，引嚟嘅時候咧，咪死咯，咁俾屋企人。 抬去嗰度咯。
我唔介意嘅。What? Wait, is this one's?
嗰啲妓女就好似唔使分夜晚先至。
I mean, this Wall Street Journal, I guess.
24小時嗰個位置都係黑掹掹，咁我哋就見，即係細個嗰陣時見過去，咦？點解有啲男士行過就入咗去嘅咧？咁後尾原來先知道，原來嗰度係嗰啲妓女嚟嘅。
I remember sneaking into one of these doors and I saw a very old woman sitting inside. In the 60s, 70s, and 80s, there were a lot of older men who were very poor. The only women that they could afford would be these very old prostitutes.
For some, the walled city was a haven for vice. For others, it was simply a home, or a chance to carry out their trade, to make money, to start a business, to begin living out their Hong Kong dream.
My father was a Chinese from Thailand. He moved to Hong Kong to work, and then he went to China to marry my mom. I was born in the Cultural Revolution, and after that, poverty was the norm in mainland China. So everybody who could, they would come to Hong Kong, because for those of us who live in mainland China at that time, Hong Kong was the heaven.
The Kowloon Walled City was not a slum. It was a fully functioning community. It's
What a
not a slum
journey.
because the people have hope. There were a lot of doctors, qualified doctors and dentists, and from mainland China. And because
Okay,
of the
I am
different
eating
system,
right now. This
and
is so.
they were not able to practice in Hong Kong.
In the 1970s, Hong Kong's economy was starting to boom. That had a knock-on effect in the walled city.
The whole side of the city was built like a birthday cake, like a self-rising cake, and up to the limit of the safety limit of the flight path, because it's close to the beginning of the runway, to Kai Tak Airport.
But it only went so far. There were daily reminders to residents of just how cut off from the colony's success they were. For a city of 33,000 people, there was only one water pump located inside its boundaries.
What?
On a daily basis, my mom will carry the dirty laundry downstairs to one of those water stations. She will wash all the dirty clothes, she will clean it up, and then she will wash her own hair. And then on her one hand, she will carry a bucket full of clean clothes, and on the other hand, she will carry a bucket of
Kowloon.
clean water, and she will walk home.
Yeah.
冇啊！如果隔離鄰舍，大家感情都非常好咯。咁我記得，就算我哋住喺即係4伙人嗰陣時咧，
Damn.
我對面房嗰家人咧，因為佢先生咧係眼病走咗。對面啲小朋啲大個嗰啲啊，去翻工咧嚇，咁佢翻到嚟走上嚟我哋嗰度，啊你食飯啊？咁係啊係啊，食唔食啊？咁佢哋又可以食飯。
In 1991, Suen Ho came to the walled city on a Fulbright scholarship from New York. Her goal, document how the unplanned city worked.
When I first came to Walled City, I had no idea where I'm going to go. It's like a beehive. Thought the best way to do is actually to record the experience. And so I mark all the trails, and then I follow my markings.
我係香港大學嘅建築學院嚟嘅。
And then just recorded all the way how one can traverse up and down and across and end on the roof. It's like a big kid jungle gym that you just discover different things as you twist and turn, and then someone will say hello to you.
In 1984, the political landscape changed.
British!
Hong Kong would be returned to China, and the colonial government decided to deal with the Kowloon Walled City once and for all.
I think it was a good idea. It's one of those ideas. A bit of housekeeping. Well, why not tidy this up now as the background to the resumption of sovereignty?
On January 14, 1987, at 9 a.m., Hong Kong's colonial government announced its decision to clear and demolish the Kowloon Walled City. On the night before the first people were to leave the walled city, Suen Ho spent the night with a family.
I was there with a family of 4 generations, had the dinner at the last evening when the grandma was mopping the floor, cleaning the dishes, and her daughters were very bitter and did not want to clean up. And then the old mom said, it has always been my home, and even though it's going to be taken away, I want it to be taken away as the way I always liked it, to be clean and neat.
Oh, Jackie Chan!
Even before the city was razed, the nostalgia began.
You are in Hong Kong.
There was
Yeah, I
something
love Crime
quintessentially
Story.
exotic, something Hong Kong about the Kowloon Walled City.
It's a rundown piece of no man's land.
A bloodsport is a typical example of foreign interest, foreign eyes looking at the walled city.
Okay, USA.
Bloodsport, of course, is about MMA before MMA was cool kind of situation. Very brutal fight. So
Van
where
Damme.
else can this very brutal lawless fight take place, but the walled city.
Okay, USA.
But there was a little bit of introduction with a handheld camera, bringing people through the alleyway of the walled city, and there was a precious footage too.
There are more and more interest about the Kowloon walled city. And when I do my online research, I find out that there is a group of Japanese who recreated part of the Kowloon walled city in Japan.
A three-story Japanese theme park outside Tokyo recreated Kowloon Walled City. Details of the walled city were reproduced with months of research. Even the garbage was imported from Hong Kong to scatter on tin roofs.
What? That is passion as fuck.
Ichiro Yoshida found cheap rent in the walled city as an exchange student from Japan. He lived there for 4 months in 1985. He visits the Kowloon Walled City theme park for the first time.
あ、これさすがにローでできてる。いや、これね、驚いたことにですね、実は私が桐生城で住んでたアパートの階段に書いてあった落書きと同じなんですね。本当にね、それホームページで20何年前に撮った写真をアップして、まあ15年ぐらい前からホームページで公開してるんですけども、
Oh, that's crazy.
その写真とそっくり同じ落書きを再現したという25年前にあった桐生城のアパートの階段2階だった。
That's crazy.
While those outside of Hong Kong still celebrate the high-rise urban village's mystique, its legacy here in Hong Kong is less clear.
What was the
Where
music?
building walls once rose 14 stories high, there's now a manicured park.
The fuck?
Only the original yamen, the Chinese courthouse at the walled city's center, was preserved. For many in Hong Kong, the walled city was a shameful problem, a historical quirk many would choose to forget. Some lament the near-absolute erasure of the Kowloon walled city.
So not only is it a piece of architecture that is representative or archetypal of its genre, it is also a symbolic place of resistance.
In my dream, I always dream about coming back to the walled city. That was very strange. In the dream, I will always find myself walking through the alleys, go into Daijiangai, turn left into Segongai, and then walk up to the buildings that I lived. I still remember the families on different floors. I don't know why. In my dreams, I always come back.
Aww.
In many ways, the Kowloon walled city's enterprising, laissez-faire society formed a cornerstone for the modern, prosperous Hong Kong you see today. But what will happen to its stories of survival, resourcefulness, and hard work? Will they live on through the generations, or will they be sanitized and erased as completely as the walled city itself?
What's with the music? What is the creepy music? This is very educational though. That's very cool. The Kowloon City. I didn't know it's already demolished, the whole thing. This actually makes sense. It is definitely a dystopian future, but in the past. That sounds really fucking weird to say. But I'm not gonna lie, a lot of people that made, you know, dystopian future game or movie definitely get some references from the city for sure. Because you can see it. Whether it is like, you know, those cyberpunk games or just straight up dystopian stuff. You can see it in the Kowloon City. It looks very fictional. That's crazy. Good video. Good video. Thank you, thank you. Alright. Oh my god, the review is 23 minutes. I just watched like a little bit. This is the review of Stray by Skillup.
This video is brought to you by the brand new MSI
Last video.
GT77 laptop, which sports an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080 Ti.
Whoa!
I've been using this for the past month as my main driver since my PC died. Sad times, but this laptop has made it a hell of a lot easier. Click the link below to check it out or stick around to the end of the video to learn more.
What do you mean last? There's more!
Have you ever wanted to be a jerk cat? You can ruin people's rugs.
Wow!
Ruin people's couches.
Wow!
Ruin people's board games.
Wow!
Ruin people's walls.
Wow!
Yeah, take that wall.
Accurate. Uh-oh.
Oh shit. Hell, you can even ruin people's parties. No, it's not Untitled Cat Game, it's Stray. Okay, so I'm giving you a one-sided view of cats, but it comes from a deep place that I suspect the majority of people who have clicked on this video are not gonna like. But here it is, you ready?
Yes!
I do not like cats. I know, I'm a terrible person, I get it, but the truth is, I don't like cats and they don't seem to like me either. No cat has ever come up to me and done that thing where they rub themselves against your leg and purr. When cats see me, they're like, and then they walk away. Reminds me of my high school years for different but related reasons. So, I tell you this as important context, so you don't think for a second that my love of this game has anything to do with some sort of inherent cat bias. It's actually the exact opposite. Stray had to overcome my deeply entrenched, decades-long hostility to cats. And overcome it, it did, because Stray is low-key wonderful, and the 4.5 hours that I spent with it were just such a delight in almost every way. Stray kind of took us all by surprise when it debuted last year because it was one of those premises so immediately compelling that you wonder why no one had done it previously. Play as a cat without the aid of a vacuum cleaner. But it was Stray's setting which immediately struck a chord. A dense, stylized, beautifully lit sci-fi world, its robot denizens seemingly hanging on by a thread after the vanishing of humanity. You immediately wanted to be this cat exploring this world, and I went in expecting just that, and I would have been fine with that. But I actually found a lot more here. I found a wonderfully designed traversal and exploration system, some really well-paced environmental and narrative puzzles, some very tense stealth and chase sequences, a thrifty but moving story of defiance and companionship, and one of the best soundtracks of the year. One that I will absolutely be adding to my regular rotation of stuff I listen to while I'm working. Stray does have some challenges in terms of technical performance, and some of its controls can feel a little stiff and restrictive, but these issues aside, Stray is just really, really nice. It's just a nice game, and I think almost anyone is gonna like this, but that cat people are gonna really, really love it.
Oh yeah, he knows. He knows. He knows the market.
Briefly, I tested Stray on 4 systems: the PS5, an RTX 2080 Ti PC, an RTX 3080 Ti laptop, and the Steam Deck. The majority of my playthrough was on the 2080 Ti, where it was running at 1440p most of the time, but I also tested both 4K and 1080p. Sadly, and it's by far and away my biggest disappointment with Stray, this is not a great PC port. A linear adventure game like this, running at 1440p on an RTX 2080 Ti should be able to run rings around that. I really struggled to get above 50 FPS though, and that was an extremely unreliable 50 FPS, where the game would chug down to as low as around 20 FPS when I was in dense urban environments with lots of geometry, lighting, and reflections. Unfortunately, the PC options are limited, and even then I noticed that tweaking them didn't give me much more stability. They did get me closer to that 60 FPS mark when nothing much was happening, or when I was in a small space.
2080 Ti struggle?
When entering other areas.
What?
I mean, even dropping down to 1080p resolution didn't make too much of a difference. Playing on the RTX 3080 Ti laptop did result in a higher average frame rate, but it also didn't provide much more stability. Playing on the Steam Deck was okay so long as you capped the refresh rate at 40, dropped the resolution scaling down to 70%, and kept settings at medium. At that point, you could expect a relatively steady 40 FPS, but again, there will be regular dips. As for PS5, I did find it to be more stable and without any major sacrifice in visual fidelity versus PC versions. So in this instance, I kind of felt the PS5 version is the one to go with, at least until the developers
it's unoptimized, unfortunately.
Optimization. Bottom line though, should
I
you
still gotta
hold
beat
off
it
on Stray for PC until it runs better? Look, I'm gonna say that I'm really forgiving when it comes to this sort of stuff, but I did sort of hit my limit here with Stray. Sable, for example, that did not run well at all. But for me, Sable could survive that poor performance because its slow, methodical gameplay and its expansive environments meant that performance dips weren't too keenly felt. Stray is a little faster than Sable, and it's certainly more cloistered in its level design, and swinging the camera from one dark hallway toward a dense midtown hub is going to create these wild, sometimes disorienting swings in performance.
I do agree
that
with
did
the
take
Sable
me out
one.
of the experience. As I've said on more than one occasion in the past, if a game is good but it runs poorly, it's worth waiting for it to run well before you dive in. I really wish I could have experienced this a little later after performance improvements had rolled through, because Stray is really, really good, and much of its appeal lies not only in the beauty of its world, but in the spry, fluid movement of the cat. Unfortunately, these performance swings did compromise both of those things more often than I would have liked.
Interesting.
Stray begins here on the outskirts of the city, chilling with your cat buddies and doing nice cat things. You're living the dream here with your friends when suddenly one flat-footed moment sees you desperately cling to the life you had before tumbling into the abyss.
Oh my
You
god,
awaken
this
in a
sound.
dark and more hostile locale, the city.
No.
People lived there once, but they're gone now, and in their place are robots who go about largely human lives, working jobs, thoroughfaring, panhandling, or just enjoying a relaxed loiter by the side of the street. There's a sense of sadness and defeat in every robot you encounter, and for good reason. They're all of them trapped there, the sky above taken from them, forced to live out eternity under both darkness and the tyrannous yoke of a force known only as the Sentinels, whose job it is to maintain order in these back alleys and neon-lit streets. Enter you, a cat, on a quest to reunite with his buddies on the outside. That more humble goal quickly unfurls into a grand quest when you unite with your little drone companion, unsure of his past but certain it has to do with bringing back the sky. Together the two of you strive to bring hope and sunshine to the robots you meet, all of whom have their little part to play in this tale of rebellion and liberation. I really like when games are able to tell effective stories in very few words, and Stray excels in this regard. The history of this world is briefly explained to you, but if you were paying enough attention to the offhand comments of the robots you talk to, or you stop to soak in just some of Stray's environmental storytelling, you really don't need these explanations. You can intuit the suffering of those you meet by their hunched shoulders, their aimless walks, the way they huddle for warmth under old blankets. You don't need to be told that things are dire down here. You can see it and feel it for yourself. And in just 4 hours and through a script no longer than a few dozen pages, Stray was able to tell one of the more compelling stories of any game I've played this year. Perhaps part of that comes from how voyeuristic Stray's tone is, mirroring the voyeuristic nature of cats themselves. Cats are generally pretty quiet, certainly more quiet than dogs. They sit and watch and listen, and that's what you'll do here in Stray. Just sit quietly and watch things unfold. There are no big reveals here, no sudden plot twists. It's a rather plodding tale that unfolds very much as you'd expect it to, but it's deftly told, and it leaves enough gaps in the telling that you can fill it with your own imagination. Stray allows you to take control of a cat. You can't customize or name the cat, it's just the cat. And I was really impressed by how well Stray delivered on this cat roleplay experience without ever overdoing it or becoming a parody of itself. There's a seriousness to how this animal is portrayed here. It doesn't have big, googly Puss in Boots eyes, it doesn't have superpowers, it doesn't talk, it's just a cat. And that's really nice when set against this fantastical, neon-drenched, dystopic robot world. This flesh and blood creature is a bygone relic. Its very presence a reminder of a time when organic life thrived. Were this cat riding a hoverboard or spouting catchphrases or bending time with the help of a vacuum cleaner, I suspect Stray wouldn't have had nearly the same emotional resonance that it managed to achieve with this very plain, very ordinary, very real feeling cat. I think the genius of Stray, and I suspect it's going to be overshadowed by the rest of the game's elements, is that Stray understood that the way cats move through space is inherently really suited to a video game, and that you don't need to augment that with double jumps or jetpacks or whatever.
True.
So the developers just built their entire game around the way a cat moves, and it works beautifully. In real life, cats don't just jump straight up for no reason like an Italian plumber might. They sort of square themselves up for a moment before jumping up to things. And so it is in Stray, where the jump button only works when there is a reachable surface above you. This naturally creates a level design challenge for the player, which is the backbone of Stray's gameplay. You'll very often know where you need to get to, but you'll be searching for the ledges, shelves, boxes, or girders that will help you reach that spot.
Actually,
It's
like
kind of
how
like
a cat
Uncharted
would.
in a weird way, though a lot more restrictive. That restrictiveness
I'm not
can
sure.
be a little
I think it's
frustrating
Unreal.
at times. On occasion, there are tense chase or stealth sequences where the seconds count, and in those instances, you do wish that you could quickly dismount an object with the jump button that just worked, but until you find the exact spot where you can use the jump button, then you're kind of stuck there, leading to some deaths that will make you groan a little.
What the fuck is that, dude?
These are very few and far
Jesus.
between though, and on the whole the story of Stray's traversal isn't centered on its shortcomings, but on how smartly it mirrors the way cats naturally move through the world, with the added byproduct of creating interesting, engaging level design puzzles. It's not just the jumping though. Cats are quite small, flexible creatures who are able to fit into really narrow spaces. Just as the level design puzzle is often about figuring out how to jump up to somewhere, it's just as often about looking for the upturned corner of a fence, the space between the bars, the gap between the books that becomes a thoroughfare owing to the fact that cats can squeeze through almost anything. In Metroid, this sort of thing is a power-up in the form of the Morph Ball, but here, it's just cat things. Finally, Stray
Cat
really
is
nails
liquid.
the different speeds at which cats can move. You can move the analog stick just a little to slowly walk forward. Pushing the stick all the way puts you into a gingerly stroll, and holding down the right trigger puts you into a sprint that's fast, but it's not over-exaggerated. You don't dash forward suddenly. There aren't speed lines to create a stronger sensation of speed. It's just the cat moves faster. That's it. I know these are probably strange points to labor. You might be like, dude, yes, it's a cat. We know, we understand. No need to explain it. Please move on. But my point with all this is that when we typically control characters in video games, be they human, animal, or otherwise, the movement systems for those characters are just standard video game movement systems. They aren't based on the fact that the character is a bear with a bird in his backpack. Like, Naughty Dog didn't start by saying, so, how do bandicoots really move? They just made a cool character that was fun and for some reason could spin in circles really fast. But Stray's developers really did start with that question. How do cats move? And they were clever enough to realize that cats already have a pretty video gamey kit. The quiet confidence in the capabilities of cats is brilliant, and I think it's going to see this title age so beautifully because the core of the gameplay is based on that timeless grace of cats. The cat people out there may be wondering to what degree Stray indulges in what we might call cat fan service. And I have to say that while it does indulge, it certainly isn't indulgent. This brief prelude is one of the more charming moments in the game, where your cat lolls and purrs and arcs as they soak up the afternoon sun and chill with their homies. Later on, various spots in the game will give you the opportunity to do cat stuff. Typically that scraping of your claws thing I showed in the intro, but also naps. There's lots of nap spots in Stray, and the very nature of them showcases just how aware these developers are of people's desire to roleplay as cats, but also an awareness of just how beautiful this world is, because every nap spot will slowly pull back the camera, allowing you to soak in these really stunning surroundings.
Oh, that's really nice. That's one way to do that. That's pretty
So,
cool.
is Stray anything more than just jumping on boxes and napping? Yes, it certainly is. The traversal and exploration puzzle is the most common one you'll encounter in Stray, but in addition to that, you'll also encounter what I'll call narrative puzzles. You'll arrive at these urban hubs populated with a handful of robots, and a number of them have problems that need solving. A busker wants sheet music, and you can hunt around town to find them and bring them to him. Only one of the songs is hidden in a safe, and the only way to get that safe open is to find someone who knows how to crack the code, etc. There's no quest log, no experience points or upgrade tree, just little clusters of people which each house a small number of interlocking requests, and bit by bit you'll solve them, and then you'll move on to the next hub. It's all wonderfully paced since you get plenty of clues as you go. I never found myself stuck on anything obtuse, but nor did I find myself patronized by being force-fed the solution too quickly. It was all very well handled. There's also a number of logic puzzles that you'll encounter. More traditional third-person adventure stuff like moving boxes onto plates to unlock things, that sort of thing. There are also a number of tense chase and stealth sequences, which were real highlights. Parts of the city have been overrun by these head crab looking things, and at times you need to madly dash from one safe zone to the next.
Oh! Oh shit, the soundtrack!
At other times, you need to complete objectives in these dangerous areas, and you need to sort of herd these head crabs since they aren't particularly smart. Later on, the Sentinels will become aware of the threat that you pose and will begin hunting you, setting up for simple but effective stealth scenarios.
Oh, Metal Gear.
None of these things are at all challenging. You might die a few times, but not many. Stray is always wanting to push you forward at a pleasant canter, and every aspect of its gameplay, from exploration to narrative puzzles to more tense sequences, find the right balance to see you move through them without being either over or underwhelmed.
Alright. Yeah, well, casual. Not trying to stress you out.
I've already spoken about how much Stray excels in its narrative, its core gameplay, and the variety of gameplay scenarios that it throws at you, but I'd be remiss if I didn't talk a little bit about these environments. When we first saw this, we all collectively referred to this as a cyberpunk world, but that's definitely not the right descriptor. Cyberpunk is a kind of snapshot of a society in its death throes, where technology and late-stage capitalism have transfigured every aspect of life, and everything now feels like it's on the brink of collapse. Stray is set in that post-cyberpunk period, where the collapse is complete, and now the machines have inherited what we left behind. This makes it feel colder and more sterile, but also more beautiful, because the world can be viewed through the prism of hope rather than through a lens of doomed inevitability. Stray is an amalgam of different locales, from sewers to subways, from factories to prison yards, from town centers to hidden oases. All of them are so strikingly distinct in their level of detail and their use of color. Even simple, unremarkable hallways become remarkable if you look at them for long enough and really soak up just how much has gone into creating them. It's the level of detail that no open world game could ever afford, and one of the biggest benefits of linear experiences such as this. Think the Resident Evil remakes or A Plague Tale.
Yeah.
That's what that style of game is capable of achieving in terms of visual density, and Stray absolutely exists in that same space. I wish I had better words for it, but the truth is, I just absolutely loved looking at this world. It is so beautiful in every moment. As much as I enjoyed being this cat and the cleverness of the level design, I think more than anything else, I just enjoyed slowly making my way through this world they built for us. Every time I'd exit a hub and a new chapter title would splash on screen, I'd be really excited to see what new part of this world lay in store for me. And to be clear, it's not the pretty lights, though they are pretty, sure. It's about the subtle beauty that you find along the way. The hidden libraries, the little apartments, the graffiti on the walls, the green shoots you find as you make your way through the sewer. That's what I meant about the prism of hope I mentioned earlier. There's this one moment in the game where you arrive at this hidden village, which is built around a silo at the base of a sewer, and it's impossible to look at this and despair. The story of this world isn't its collapse. That story has already concluded. You arrive when this world is beginning its rejuvenation. Its subtle stirrings can be seen everywhere you look if you have eyes for it, and that fledgling promise makes this world more beautiful than any neon light or shiny surface ever could. Finally, I really have to shout out the soundtrack. The music you're hearing in this review as backing music or during the montages isn't from the game. It really bums me out that I couldn't get access to those music files for this review, because Stray has an absolutely superb soundtrack. I'm sure part of that take is because this music is very much my jam, but I think it's more than that. This is such an interesting soundtrack that lays down a distinctive template. Like, if you were to play some of this music on a black screen at the Game Awards in a few years' time, I'd be like, oh, Stray 2, here it comes. It just has a signature, and it's a real achievement when any game can land on that.
That's good. That's so good. Yeah, it's the synthesizer.
What impressed me most about the
Pluck
soundtrack is
sound.
how in sync it was with the rest of the game. It set the scene so perfectly. It paced things so perfectly. It was present in your ear, but at the same time, never so present that it seemed like the soundtrack was trying to steal the show. It all felt so harmonized with everything else that Stray had to offer. I think that word sums up Stray as a whole, actually. Harmonized. The way this cat moves feels so authentic, and the level and puzzle design is built around that authenticity so neatly. There's a variety of gameplay scenarios that the game moves between so deftly, such that you'll never feel frustration or repetition set in. There's a narrative here that's just enough to engage you, but not so much that it might ever stall you. There's a world here that is so diverse to wander about and explore, but its spaces all feel so grounded and connected to one another. Stray is just this kind of Goldilocks experience. It's not too hot, it's not too cold, it's just right. Interestingly, I think that will be where some of the discourse around Stray centers. That it's just a nice game, in an almost pejorative sense. That it does everything well, but that it's ultimately just 4.5 hours of walking around as a cat in a pretty world. I can understand that reading, and I suspect some people will end up there, which is fine of course, they wouldn't be wrong. That's not my takeaway though. I think to create something that feels just right is really, really hard. And the more time I spent with Stray, and the more I thought about why I was enjoying it so much, I appreciated more and more the craftsmanship that's gone into this thing. I think it's a really wonderful game, and an amazing debut for Blue 12 Studio, and I recommend it to you.
Blue 12. Alright. Stray. Tomorrow, I think, or 24 hours from now. Yeah. I think it's gonna go up in 24 hours. But I'm probably not gonna play it or like finish it immediately. He did say it's gonna be 4.5 hours. Oh my god. Which is you know, short but not short, so yeah. I don't think I can finish it in one sitting though for tomorrow, since it's gonna be up by the like around this hour, which I probably gonna be like gotta go to sleep in a bit kind of thing. So yeah. More videos. Wait, hold up, I forgot about Jix. No, yeah, fucking hold up. Ding 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 ding. Get a license, 1 sec. Holy. Actually making music again. He always makes music of almost on every stream. I'm proud of him. Let me put this in my shred list. Seems fun. God damn! The real cat person's gonna play it more than 10 hours for me? I mean, yeah, for sure. For me though, if I play that game, I'm gonna play it as... I'm not gonna 100% explore the game like any other single player game. I don't do that. I'm not an achievement hunter or a completionist. I'm just gonna play it as how I'm gonna enjoy it, and if I reach the ending, I'm gonna end there. If I'm gonna revisit the game, I'm probably gonna revisit it off stream. Because unless like there's like, oh, there's a quest that you miss, Rad, you should revisit it. Or bada bing bada boom, sure. But the kind of game it just looks like I'm just gonna play it off stream and just enjoy the soundtrack in silence kind of game while exploring. This song is fun. I'm down. Boom boom. Oh my god, they keep changing the speed. It's gonna be tricky. What the fuck? Excuse me? So fast, holy shit. Okay. Jesus Christ. Alright, man, alright, man. Okay, what is this? Katana versus longsword. Who's better against armor? Huh?
Where the longsword is made to deal with opponents in armor. But here's the thing. You're wrong again. And here's why. Neither of these swords are good against armor. In fact, no sword is good against an armored opponent. That's because armor cannot be cut through with a sword. That's purely fantasy. There are techniques you can use with a long sword, and I guess with the katana too. There's more
to pierce, not to cut. I guess you can pierce though.
Like half swording, reinforcing the tip, using the back as a bludgeon, and all kinds of other stuff, basically degenerating into wrestling. But swords do not work against armor. That's what armor is for. The things that are more effective against armor are things like halberds and war picks and hammers. So no, not good for armor. Another myth we hear a lot when it comes to
Wow. Myth busted. Yeah. he myth busted it. Yeah. Alrighty. Thank you for the videos. Thank you. Appreciate myself. Alright. I think it is time for some gaming. I'm gonna continue this tomorrow. Okay. It's like have you ever played Waking the Demon song? What is that? Is that like the song is called Waking the Demon? Oh shit, BFM a V. This is classic. Say wallpaper's my tablet. Hey, good taste. God damn. Okay. Woo! Metalcore. Mm. It sounds like a fun song to play. Arma 3, PC Building, Call of Duty, Mafia, Outer Worlds, Riftbreaker's on sale. Good shit. Dun 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 dun. The 3 hentai game is still in the top, a new entrant. Whoa, what is this? Kanjo Zoku game. FPS chess? What? Toilet Chronicles. What the fuck are these games? Power Wash, Stonekeeper. Escape Academy, Rune Factor. Whoa, 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 whoa. Devos! How you doing? Welcome back, welcome back. Actually, my guitar is still in drop B tuning from the Duality yesterday. Oh shit. I wanna pick up my guitar. Good. Alright, let's see what the hell is this. Gameplay? Oh, it's those kind of game. Okay. I think. Skirt. Whoa. Oh my god, what the fuck is that wheel doing? Why does the wheel detach? There's nothing attached to the wheels. Oh my god, what the fuck? So it's like one of those 90s Osaka Kanjo Night street racing and drift online with true JDM's cars, online PvP, engine, body and suspension tuning for $3. That is actually fucking sick. Not bad, not bad. 90s Osaka Kanjo illegal street racing. Very specific kind of game. Cop chase. Oh my god, this game has everything. RIP Forza. Forza Horizon 5 is free on Game Pass. Where's the reason for this? A dollar store underground too. Exactly. It's basically that. It's actually pretty cool now. Alright, next one. FPS chess. The fuck? It's my favorite thing. I'm kidding, I hate chess. I'm kidding, I don't hate chess. I just don't play chess. Huh? Huh? Oh! Oh! 360. Is this actually like games for like me, like people who actually don't know how to play chess? 'Cause I'm down. Let's give it a try. All right, next one, Toilet Chronicles. I don't know how to call it either. Don't worry about it. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh! That's fucked up, man. Looks like someone here. Don't leave. Two. Alright. I forgot I downloaded. That's why. It's actually pretty cheap. I'm down for that, actually. I am down for that. The back poops? What? Huh? The what? The what now? One sec. Damn, my internet is so bad right now. Downloading anything will throttle the fucking stream. What the hell, man? Whoa, VHS is now available? Wait, what? Really? Oh, let me get this game real quick. Well, really? Yeah. I just got notification. Ta-da! It's released today. No one talks about this, I'm gonna be honest. Kind of interesting. I wonder why. Interesting. How big is the game? $30 gigs! Okay, we can try this tomorrow or something. Also, people talk about it in my bubble. Well, yeah, the DBD community, sure. But other than that, no one really. This is basically like a DBD-like game, right? I also know about it from Lucas. But other than that, outside of that, never heard of it, ever. Literally got introduced by it from Lucas. So, yeah. Although they clearly reached the market that they wanted, the target, which is cool, right? Alright, internet gonna tank for like 1 minute. I'm gonna download this real quick, just like 1 minute. Internet gonna tank just for 1 minute. Boom. Oh shit. Refresh. Okay, this is clearly fucked up. My internet's being hard capped at a 1. So this is not an internet issue. I feel like the source hard capped this shit. The main source thingy. That's clearly fucked up, buddy. That's fucked up as fuck. What the shit, man? Kinda weird. Kinda weird. Alright. Gaming time. Boobadoo, boobadoo. Jesus Christ, sorry. Jesus Christ. Yo, chill. Toilet Chronicles. Alright, can you guys hear me now? Audio okay? Audio okay? Oh my god. That was a wild ride. We're good now, we're good. Can you hear me though? End the game. Hold up. Frame rate 60, 90. What? Oh, recommended. Okay, 90 FPS, sure. So, full screen. Okay. Epic on both? I mean, I get 90 FPS right now. So far. So I think we're good. Okay. Let's do this. Load in 6. What? January 2008, 12 midnight. Ah! Hey! What? You're in a bathroom at a 2008 party. Oh. Okay. Hold up, there's no audio settings. I gotta turn it down manually. Okay. Feels like I'm black and I'm back in Elden Ring. I have no reflection, oh my god. Oh Jesus, what the fuck? Huh? Okay. What? I found a bug. If you spam the F, the water stays. Ah, devs. Oh, oh shit. God damn, I lost my magic marker for you. See if this works. Okay, fair enough. This restroom is for your convenience. Try F. I'm not that stupid to try that again. You killed yourself. Now the mysteries of this place will never be solved. Ending 1 out of 12. GG. They don't call me speedrunner for nothing. Oh, first try, by the way. How long? 3 minutes. Sheesh. Attempt number 2. Oh, they fixed it. Who fixed it? It still doesn't work though. Oh! You got burned from the exploded hand dryer. GG! God damn. 2 ending back to back in 4 minutes. Yeah. You can call the what do you call those fucking event? The speedrunner event thingy? Yeah, you can call, you know. They might send me some emails soon. I don't know, man. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit busy. Okay, alright, come on. I went the. Come on, man. I thought I can actually dodge that. Alright, fine. I belong in the trash. The fuck is that? Cannot take it anymore. Legal notice? Alright. Thump and grime part kits. Perfect against giant tentacles. Giant testicles? Okay. 3-letter agencies. Good one. Sky. What? Use promo code TOILET to receive 5. Alright, sure. I don't think that's a proper barcode. Is it? I don't know. We care about our customers who would poop here again. No doubts. Somebody peed my pants. Huh? Have you seen this man? This man is a worker. That's a SpongeBob reference. Squidward's Bold and Brave, I think. It's the name of the painting. There's no painting here. Okay. Like someone's in there. Out of 4 there. Alright. Oh, Jesus Christ. Better lock the door. Chapter 1, hand. My legs.
You got some toilet paper? Because this shit is empty over here, partner.
You left the restaurant without destroying a toilet? Wait, ending 0? Okay. Interesting. I didn't know that was an ending. You cannot pick other stalls! Not from this angle at least. Okay, I understand. I cannot be stopped. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh! Okay, 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 okay! Okay! You got crushed by a tentacle and now the mysteries of this place will never be solved. Alright, alright. Wait, how about this? Take care of him. Private Pile was here. Oh. Interesting. Alright, fine. Oh. Oh, okay. Alright, fine. Do it again properly. Alright, let's give him the proper toilet. Actually, can I? I wonder if this can speedrun it.
Hey buddy, any chance you got some toilet paper? Cause this shit is empty over here, partner.
It's gone! What the fuck? Okay.
Thanks.
Do I not? Okay. The fuck? Don't leave. Too bad I cannot read. So yeah, too bad I cannot leave. I cannot read. Make him leave? Shit. Do not leave, make him leave. Feels weak, man. Yo, your toilet.
Thanks.
Is he gonna do something?
Please don't do that again.
Oh. Oh. To you to make it look for you. Look at you. Why?
Stop.
Who fixed it? Fix what?
Please don't do that again.
Why not?
Stop.
Stop!
Stop.
Hey! You pissed off your neighbor. No. Alright. What? Wait, what? Hey, yo? What? Okay. The fuck? Oh my god, this game.
buddy, any chance you got some toilet paper? Because this shit is empty over here, partner. Thanks.
Okay. Alright. Maybe if we actually don't leave, there's gonna be something happen. Because last time we tried to leave and we can't do anything. So what if we just wait? There more stuff you can interact with? Oh. What the fuck? The whole game just exploded.
Thanks.
Huh?
Please don't do that again.
What kind of... Maybe cry? Sag. Oh, you stopped crying. Okay. I thought that would do something. What if I cry with the door open? I have no torso. Okay. Don't show them. Wet it. Okay. Watch. Oh! My butt! I have a butt? Damn. Vent. Vent. Oh my god. Vent. Bull. Fuck you. Don't fuck with me, man. I am a hub. What? This cake is a lie. Hey, that's kill him. What? I gotta kill him.
Stop. Please don't do that again.
Okay, what if I... Aha. Oh. camera. Say cheese.
Do you have something for me?
Um.
Is that what I think it is? Oh, hey, try blowing up that wall. Here.
Huh? What wall? Oh, this wall? Doesn't work. Oh. Regen. Wait, what wall? Maybe this? That almost killed me. Huh? What type of game is this? No idea. It's very random. You are banned from this restroom for destroying a toilet. God damn it. That's not the ending that I was looking for, though. Fuck. Oh. Remember last time it's fixed? Oh shit, nice. Oh. They got burned again, who would have thought? Really? Really, dude? Alright. Fuck, you know what? Fuck you. Fuck your fucking shit. Okay, I cannot. God damn it. What can I do with this, though? Oh. What if we kill him? You kill your partner, now the mystery of the place will never... Okay. Interesting. So he's a legit a good guy. Alright. Oh, it's a shortcut to get to the second act. Do I have to trigger it first? He said try to destroy the fucking something earlier. But I don't get what it meant by it. I guess we have to trigger it first. Wait, so the wall was correct?
Hey buddy, any chance you got some toilet paper? Cause this shit is empty over here, partner. Thanks.
You're welcome. There we go. Now, What if I give him the camera? Okay, maybe not. Maybe it was for the grenade.
Is that what I think it is? Oh, hey, try blowing up that wall. Here.
I think I need to do it more. Wait a minute. Oh my god. Just pretend that there is a hole and enter the void. God damn it, Deb. Why? Why did fucking shit? My fad fitta. Slip on a bit. Yo, I thought you get. Come on. Really now? X. Oh. You get some emergency for yellow doors only. Okay, gotta be careful for that one. Public restroom rules. No Joker dancing. ... I can come up with other rules, but I really wanted to add that Joker meme, so no Joker dancing. Alright, fine. Fuck you, excuse me. The sequel to the prequel to the movie. The poster joke was stolen from Pound Cake. Shout out to him. Fuck you, the prequel to the movie. Nice. Ladies. Staff only. The movie. The movie too. Are you dumb on purpose? What? 6 digit? Huh? Oh, checkmate. Oh. Okay. Looks like a good place for a DLC. Nice. Ah! Skill. Ladies washroom. Boom kagiga. Is this how ladies washroom actually looks like? Oh my god. The take off, I don't know. Jesus Christ. Man, this party sucks. Hey, Hotline Miami reference. The worst toilet in Scotland. Green and 9. Okay. Oh god, banana. Oh shit, what the fuck? 1. What color is this? I can't tell. Hello? What? What is the purpose of that? Oh, okay. If you look at here, it will go completely dark. I'm assuming it's another ending. I guess. Or not? What? I don't get it. What the fuck the devs makes it like it's gonna go completely dim if you look at here. It doesn't make sense. Hmm. I'm not sure what we're supposed to do. Maybe I know why. I think I know why. Why? I like how they bothered to give fucking step on glass sound. Okay, doesn't work. I still don't get it. Oh! Ending 69, you died from cringe. Dice of cringe. Damn. No help? But how am I? What? Do I have to do something extra? I don't get it. There's oh! True. I forgot the camera exists. Oh no, I have to do all the fucking shit again.
Hey buddy, any chance you got some toilet paper? Because this shit is empty over here, partner. Thanks.
This is a speedrun technique, chat. My butt cheek. Oh, glorious. Hold up. I need that for reference. I lost the camera. I lost the camera. Cannot see where the fuck's the camera. There we go. Okay. Doesn't do anything. Oh, one. 1 yellow. Yellow 1, green 9. I still need the rest though. Yellow 1, green 9. Check. Nice. Where else do we get the shit? Hello, what's up, Tarda? How you doing? Maybe I can hand him something other than the grenade. But what? Maybe the drink? I tried the camera. It's a more sensible thing, but I don't think it is. Maybe another toilet paper.
Thanks.
Maybe he's gonna give me another message. Oi!
You have something for me? Thanks.
What?
Do you have something for me?
Hey! Yo! I fit that. I was thinking, oh shit, a sushi. Yo, you want a sushi? I think it's rice. Ew! So what do I do with this? Okay, what if I just give him this again?
Is that what I think it is? Oh, hey, try blowing up that wall. Here.
Okay, just do the same thing. Yeah. What the fuck? Red number is on the bathroom stall. It's one of them, probably. Nice. Man is blind. What? What do you mean? There's emergency for yellow doors only. How can I get these as well? I kinda wanna get that. Chad, I'm stuck. Help. Look at the wall beside blood. Beside blood. What, this? This?
Just call your stepbro if you are stuck.
What's beside blood? Huh? What, this? The white paint? There is a scary text. Oh, never mind. Thought it was an extinguisher. Motherfucker! Ugh. Okay. I'm actually kind of lost.
You have something for me?
Green, I already figured out, Sid. Green and yellow. I haven't figured out the rest. Oh my god. Hold up. There's gotta be a way to break the thingy thing.
Thanks.
Just said thanks. The clock. Oh! Eight. There we go. Good shit, Gara. Good shit, man. Gara Gigabrain. Alright, but it's gonna... no wonder it has Q to make it look at you. I think that's about it. Your Polaroid but one had blue on it before, but I didn't process. Wait, really? Huh? Hey, Nani? Where? Oh, the butt peak? Oh shit, you're right. I didn't pay attention to it. Good shit. Gigabrain. So the numbers also found in some obvious, like not really obvious places. No, I haven't managed to take out the axis. I thought I can use the screwdriver to unscrew it, but it doesn't want to do anything. Or yellow doors only, so I'm assuming I need to find a yellow door, but I haven't found a single yellow door. Can you make the door yellow? Oh, I wish.
Do you have something for me?
Maybe I can give him something else?
Try blowing up that wall. Here.
Okay, he's just repeating the sequence. What are we we missing in this room? So far we haven't interacted with anything in this room other than the code. But at the same time, I'm not sure what else we can do. Blow up staff door? Nope. Worth the try though. Holy shit, so spicy. How the fuck did they manage to do that? You want to hand him this unexploding? Oh no. I think we gotta get the same ending. Try blowing up that boom. Yeah, I know, right? I'm not even sure what the fuck is that supposed to mean. Like, I don't know him at all, now he's my partner.